Morning. Hoping to watch the sunrise, but apparently that's not going to happen. Yeah, it's still got a little while before it's gonna get down to where I want it to be. Oh well. Sounds like my daughter just woke up too. All right. Well, today my goal is to get one or two more lights on the gold. Same for silver, and probably one light on the ice. Cat. Yeah, get up. Cover. You know you don't belong in there. Doesn't care. Not one care. All right. Let's see. Batteries are set to auto. Turn on the GPS marker for gold. Go get some gold. Should have made sure our inventory was empty before we left. Am I really digging through iron right now? Oh well. What's a little bit of iron? I don't think there's much gold down where I'm dropping down at anyways. I just wanted to finish this hole up. Yeah, there's like no gold. Already dug all that out. Be able to pick up a little bit. Time to start another hole. It's already been kind of a long morning. Had to run to the store already and get some more cat food because didn't realize we were out last night. Just enough to feed them. You ask them, I didn't feed them last because you know they're cats. Dog's not any better when it comes to that. He always thinks he's starving. Almost there. Most of that's got to be stone. Yeah, most of it's stone, I think. I'm going to let the stone drain out a bit and see where I'm at. Alright, letting the stone drain out, all the lights are off. Which is what I expected. I'm going to clean out the edges of this hole and maybe move to the next. I don't think it's mostly stone this time. I'm pretty good. Alright. See where we're at. Inventory. Stone. Large cargo container is mostly full. Good. Shave off the edges of this pit. Video capture is fuzzy. And I just got this message, which is weird because it's supposed to be playing them to me. All right. Let me see what I can do. Video capture shouldn't be fuzzy. I am not doing anything different. Ah, clear there. Okay. It does say the bitrate's a little low. I'll have to toy with those settings. Let me see what I can do here, though. Should be... That's weird. Um, okay, I should have done this earlier, but I typed this into YouTube chat. Yeah, there, now it's working. Now it's notifying me when I get a text. Sorry about that, Jason. I did not see your messages come in, and I didn't get the notification that I got a new message. Ooh. And I'll mess with the stream settings to see if I can get it better after we're done. After we're done with the mining. Well, at least after we're done with the gold. I am not sure that it's YouTube. YouTube did notify me that it's not getting a good enough bit rate. Would imply that it's my end. I did just recently start streaming to Rumble 2, and that might be the issue, is I just don't have a strong enough bit rate to send out two signals at the same time. Using a service called Restream, but Restream won't work with Rumble. So I now have Restream sending to YouTube and Kick, but I have to send to Rumble myself. I'm really overloading my miner right now. Gold is heavy. Alright, I've got 27 minutes. Let's check the inventory. Not the small connector. Connector is full. Connector is full. Drills are pretty full. Yeah, I'm at the end of what I can carry safely. Much more than that red light would have come on too. Compression mod. No, I have not. I'm not even familiar with what that is. Well, maybe I am. Is that the one that compresses your ores? Okay, yeah, I have not tried that mod yet. Mainly because, I haven't found a need for it yet. Seems like a neat idea, though. Alright, let's see. And alright, that's going to take a few minutes to actually go through. Why is the standard refinery even on? It should be off. Just another instance of blocks magically being on even though they show us off. Does it think it's on again? Refinery's on again. Is it on? Turned this thing off a dozen times. Strange. Well, I'm glad it cleared up. I really should just tear this refinery down. Not supposed to be in use. All the stuff is supposed to be refined back here and in its dedicated refineries. All right. Well, isn't looking bad. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I always need coffee and a smoke. My coffee is getting low, actually. Not quite there yet, but getting low. All right, that is a lot of gold ore. So we're going to leave it at that, and we're gonna go pick up. Yeah, we're gonna go pick up silver. I love this thing. I think this is great. Couldn't do that with anything other than one of the inventory management scripts before. Well, I've already had a few cigarettes and a few cups of coffee because I had to run to the store. The cats are happy though. Iron. Do I have a silver strip mine? I don't think I have a dedicated silver strip mine yet. There's a reason for that, I'm sure. Well, let's go set up a dedicated silver strip mine. Oh, it's around here. Hopefully it's not too deep for the small grid ore detector. It is not. Perfect. I do have a silver strip mine. I just didn't have it marked. Really doesn't take much for silver. Really, am I full up on stone already? Did it pick up any silver at all? No, it did not. That's annoying. A little bit of silver that time. Let it finish on its own. Well, that's what I'm doing, Jason. That's what's throwing out the sides there. I've got 4 connectors throwing out stone only. You need to have a sorter in line, which is what that's doing there. Oh no, I appreciate it, Jason. Um, I definitely make mistakes, but this particular case, I did set it to eject stone. It just doesn't eject it quick enough. It's kind of a bare bones mining setup. And I'm overloaded with stone again. Trying to square up the hole a little bit. And then I'll probably dig another path down if I'm still just overloaded with stone and not much silver. I don't really need this much silver, but might as well. Oh, yeah, that seems about right. Um, Honestly, it's a little bit harder than finding, say, cobalt, but it's not bad. I If you go look at the wiki, it actually says on there what percentage of the ore deposits are actually silver or gold. And I do believe it's a pretty low percentage, but it's not bad if you just remember that ores spawn in a line. Alright, let's see what my inventory is actually looking like. Yeah, I need more silver than that. Well, I don't really need more silver than that, but I'm going to get more silver than that. Platinum is supposed to be mind-numbingly hard all the time. Honestly. It is the end game resource. It was the end game resource when they still had uranium on the Earth-like planet. That is how you used to start every playthrough, as you would look for a uranium deposit on ice. And if you find an ice lake with a uranium deposit, that was where you started. I had a great 4th of July. The family's doing good. My son had a bit of a car accident. I hesitate to call it a car accident even. It was more of a fender bender. Completely not his fault. He was driving down the freeway and somebody bumped a huge rock out of a pothole in front of him, and he couldn't avoid hitting it with his tire. So we had to go buy him a new rim and tire. That is sitting in the garage right now waiting to be put on because it's just been too hot. But that's the only thing that went wrong, per se. Aside from that, my kids went off and spent time with their friends and girlfriends and boyfriends and whatnot before the 4th of July. I stayed home and played video games and relaxed. Had a good time. I did go to the 4th of July parade with my daughter. Not much of a to-do because we live in a small town. And the 4th of July fireworks. So you usually do a really good job on the fireworks. It may be a small town with a small budget, but they go all out for the fireworks. They start asking for donations like in February, and people donate throughout the year to just do the fireworks display to make sure that we can have a really good one in town. So, yeah, it was 30 minutes of really good fireworks, with a grand finale that we couldn't even see from our seat because the air was mostly stagnant, and what little bit of breeze we had was blowing the smoke towards us. So the smoke was all sitting on the water between us and the fireworks at the end. It was still cool though, because it looked like a Technicolor thunderstorm. All right, this is looking good. Well, Jason, I was home alone. Wasn't gonna fire up the grill for one burger, but I did cook steaks. Um, I did cook steaks for me and the kids, but honestly, I prefer my steaks pan fried in butter. Gordon Ramsay style, I guess, is the best way to describe it. That's that's how I prefer them. They taste better that way. They soak in butter and seasoning and just come out delicious. So yeah, we had I think that might have been Friday. I cooked fried up steaks for us. Um, Steak and potatoes, and I can't remember what vegetable we had. I think it was green beans. The I think my inventory is mostly full. A little bit of garlic, some onion, rosemary. Um, I can't. There's one other one, but I can't remember it right now. Thyme, thyme, a little bit of thyme. And I don't do the whole Gordon Ramsay style where you're ripping off the fresh sprigs of seasoning and crushing a garlic clove. No, powdered garlic. Oh, and you're gonna want to smother them in salt and pepper, a little bit of salt, and just coat them in pepper before you cook them. Most of that most of that pepper is gonna come off in the pan, so it doesn't overly season them. But it does help it to form a really nice crispy outside, which is nice. Crispy outside without burning it. Specify that. Am I blind? No, there it is. Yeah, we're full on silver. Yeah, what I was using lemon pepper in the past, but I found that the lemon pepper just reminds me more of fish. Um, so I don't use it on my steaks anymore. Well, lemon pepper is good on chicken too. Well, these the the steaks are not the greatest of steaks. So I did wind up cooking them at medium because I wanted to make sure that they were actually cooked all the way through because of their quality. But they did wind up being pretty tasty regardless. Not quite as tender as I would have liked, but still pretty good. I don't disagree with you that those seasoning um, packets, for lack of a better term, the mixes, they're pretty good. But I've found that sometimes the seasoning mixes will overpower the steak, and you lose the flavor of the meat. They get lost to the season. It gets lost to the seasoning, which is great when you're doing really cheap steaks. Um, but I prefer to actually taste the meat more. I tend to shy away from the seasoning mixes for that reason. Amen to that. Um, and everything has been budget for me as of late. Right, we got lots of silver. Yes, I have grilled unshucked corn, and if you do it right, freaking delicious. Need to let the battery charge a little bit. See. 34K. 0.26. Okay. I can probably get moved there, but not going to worry about it right now. Binary's looking good. Yeah, that's all looking good. Let's go see if we've moved the needle. No, we have not moved the needle yet. We will though. We will. See, now Black Star, one, I agree with you. My grandmother's cooking, I can't hold a candle to my grandmother's cooking. Either of my grandmothers. May they rest in peace. But one of my grandmothers had the family's favorite recipe for pumpkin bread. I took that and I made it my own, and I made it 10 times better. And I'm not allowed to come to a family dinner without bringing at least 4 loaves of that pumpkin bread with me, because everybody loves it. My mother, up until last year, my mother and my one remaining grandmother would each take a loaf home with them, and usually one of my aunts if there was another loaf left. Hey, silver's showing up now. Good. Making progress. And really, that's all the silver I need to have. Because what uses silver? It's gotta be. See, silver is used for gravity components, which I don't need many of. And it's used for medical components. I don't think it's for anything else. I'm okay with cooking it until I drop. I actually really enjoy baking. And also the typo into your Black Star, the typo in your message is what made me laugh so hard. Untucked corn, and I just can't stop imagining your grandmother tucking an ear of corn into bed for the night. Because that's hilarious. Oh. Alright, I'm going to switch this over to... There we go. Now we're on the headset mic. I need more coffee, which is about done brewing. I need to run vinegar through this coffee pot later. It's starting to get really slow. The water here is not bad, but it does get minerals in there, so we get a lot of scale buildup. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. We're letting the batteries on the miner charge back up, and then we're going to go back out for ice. And I'm thinking that if we get to a yellow light on gold, we're going to call it good enough on the gold. I think we're going to call it good enough for the silver just because we have some of it. I'm not going to get any iron or nickel. I might go out and get some cobalt. Now, I have a question for you guys. I was going to do an auto miner setup for my next video, how to set up an auto miner in vanilla. I was going to set it up on the ice, but what would you rather see? An auto miner setup for ice, or an auto miner setup that will dig up stone and process the stone for you? So all you have to do is go out there and pick up the ore you need, or the ingots you need. Which one would be better? I'm kind of leaning towards doing an auto miner for ice first, and then another video showing building another one and setting it up to process the ore. But I'm unsure as to which one to make, or which way to take that. Okay. Anybody else have an opinion? Yeah, I love auto miners too. They come in really handy, and you don't have to make these trips. And the best part about an auto miner is you can set up a drone to go pick up your resources. Well, I was just going to go with the standard spinning auto miner that slowly progresses into the ground. It's easy to set up, easy to understand. I was actually going back and forth in my head about two different options. I was considering making a small grid mobile auto miner for the ice, so you can dig out ice and then pull forward when you get to the bottom of the ice lake. Shoot, you could even automate that. Yes, Jason, rotating going downwards is what I was thinking, because it just clears out a bigger area. And of course, you know, event controllers and timer blocks to control everything. Yeah, it's effective and it's easy to understand. And if I'm doing a guide, I want people to understand it. The drones are awesome, and they're actually very simple to make. I have several drone designs. I use them all the time. And with the new AI blocks, they're actually a lot easier. You can set up a drone, and you can set up one drone blueprint and just point it at different beacons. So if you can set up one drone and point them at different beacons, that settles everything you need to do. That one drone never needs to be reprogrammed because it's set to go to the same orientation to the beacon. So you can set up your base with multiple drones and just tell it each one gets its own beacon. I have a video on my channel for drones. You should go check that out. It does explain it pretty well. I wanted to go through all of the AI blocks, but I'll be honest, it just fell off my radar. Forgot to do the next episode, which was going to be doing the assault drones. But yeah, the drones are not that bad. I actually have a couple of drone videos, 3 of them, I think. One using the old method where it's just a couple of remote control blocks and GPS coordinates, and I think 2 of them using the new drones. The new drones, you can actually set them up to aim at a mobile base or a small grid vehicle even that they attach to, and they'll just be able to come and attach to that vehicle wherever it's at, which is just wonderful. But yeah, I love the new AI blocks, because before you used to have to go through and do a whole orientation process to get the drone oriented right. Now they just orient themselves properly based on the beacon they're coming towards. Yeah, drones are easy, and they can be a very
satisfying thing to build. Um, but they're not for everyone. I'll be honest. Not everybody wants to play with drones. There's a lot of people out there who want to fly and get resources, um, which makes sense because it just feels more immersive. Well, hi, Winter. My cat was staring at me like he needed attention, so I had to stop and give him scritches. Because kitties deserve love, and so do puppies. I know, you jealous little dog. Yes. All right.
Switches
Switches
back
back
to
to
the
the
good
good.
mic. And there we go. Getting it to go mine the ice for you is harder. It's easier to set up an auto miner and a separate drone. Set up an auto miner with its own storage, and your drone just goes and sucks all the resources out of the auto miner. Turn on the batteries now. We're just going to go straight for the ice this time, which is, I think, that way. But I could be wrong. Let's just turn on the GPS marker for ice. Eh, I was off. Yes. Yes, exactly. Thinking probably 2 trips for ice, maybe 3. I'm going to wind up using hydrogen to get off the planet eventually here. No, there's no untucked corn in this game. There is a mod that lets you add corn, but yeah, I'm not playing with mods right now. I think it lets you add corn. I'd have to check. Might not let you add corn. It might just let you add wheat. Guess I should go down the same hole. Till I get to the bottom of the ice. Doesn't take much to fill up on ice. That's about as full as I want to be. Uranium Under the Lakes was nice. But I will say, I do kind of like the added progression that we have now. That was something we didn't have before, is we didn't really have a whole lot of progression to the game. Yeah, that's overly full. I should have stopped when I got the yellow light. Oh well. Worst case scenario, I crash. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. Probably should have added a couple of parachutes to this because they're magic. But what do you do? Yeah. Yeah, and this would quickly turn into a ship rebuild stream. Oh, I hadn't thought about it, but I probably should have added a vent. Bring in air. Oh well. My oxygen's full. So if need be, I can just close my helmet and be fine. Not sure what you mean by I could attach the cockpit. You mean I could attach the vent to the cockpit? Ah, no, I really don't have room for an O2 generator on this, unfortunately. have to put it on top of the large cargo container, and don't really want that. If I was going to do that, I'd probably add an O2 tank. I'm extremely overfull. Alright, well, at least it was a controlled crash. Better than uncontrolled crash. Go get some coffee. You won't miss anything else if you go get coffee first. Alright, while he's gone, I'm going to go pick up a cargo hauler from the base station, or from the trading station over there. I'm not going to do that. Alright. Looking good so far. Slow and steady, right? Slow and steady. Far off am I? Up a little bit. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Large cargo container ice. Empty that connector on its own, but let's just do it manually anyway. Looks like we're almost to the 10% mark. I don't believe it's going to show up until 25, though. Might be 10 for the 0 mark. Yeah, 10% for the 0 mark. So we need one more trip before we're even going to get the red line. And that used up a lot of the battery, so a minute. So I made these yesterday, and these are filled with components for an auto miner. So I can carry all the components over to wherever I build it. Sounding like I should start with the ice lake. That way I don't have to go back and forth. I can just load up the welder, take those 2 containers with me, and build it all real quick and easy over there. At least that's the plan. Now look at that. The silver has hit the yellow mark. See, what's the gold looking like? Still got a lot of gold ore. Probably gonna need another trip for the gold. Still got a lot of silver ore. Alright. Yeah, I think the silver might actually hit green. Yeah, my numbers for the silver, because it's a large cargo container, so it's looking at 0.0035% to turn yellow. Which is not all that much. The silver cargo container has 1.79 thousand silver ingots in it, and it's in the yellow mark. And that might be way more than we need. I probably should have used a small cargo container for that. Modulators. I'm not sure what modulators you're talking about. Or do you mean the modules on the refineries? On the refineries, I'm using nothing but yield modules. The refineries are nothing but yield modules, and yield modules for the refineries, and for the assemblers I'm using speed modules. I'm not worried about power. If I start to run low on power, I will add more power generation. But for the most part, if all the refineries were working at the same time, I'd have issues. But I'm never going to have that issue. If the sun was shining right now, you'd see recharging. And as of right now, it says fully depleted in 3 hours. And I have 2 refineries running. But that solar array I built has 80 solar panels on it. So it will refill my batteries pretty easily. I'm not too worried about that. I might add a few more wind turbine towers, but I'm not sure. You know, wind and solar have the same problem. Sometimes the wind doesn't blow, and sometimes the sun don't shine. Case in point, nighttime. What are the batteries at? 3. I set those to recharge? Fully recharged in 2 minutes. This also is not helping my batteries base right now because these just suck power. And I actually have quite a few batteries that just suck power. And that's going to draw more power than the refinery even. But I want to wait for them to fully recharge because we were cutting it close there on the trip back. I just don't want to risk running out of power halfway. I would feel extremely stupid if I just fell out of the sky because I ran out of power. I used to do that, and I still do that on some builds, but this one really was a compact build. I know it doesn't seem like it because it's giant, but it was a compact build, and I just didn't have room for a good hydrogen engine setup. And as far as the base is concerned, I don't need it. And since I don't need it, I haven't used it. If I get to the point where I do need it, however, I'll just expand my base and add it. It'll be more additions to the factory floor space. Alright, let's see. What are the batteries at? Fully charged. Okay. Back out to the ice. So I actually went through and I was trying to set up a I'm still not sure if I'm going to set up a community server or not, but I was going through trying to figure out if I could. And I couldn't help but realize that Xbox is extremely limited. They're only allowed 3 planets per world. So if I want to set up a server for crossplay, it's only allowed to have 3 planetary bodies. Well, it can have multiples of each planetary body, but it can only have 3 defined planetary bodies. So it can only have like Earth, Mars, and the Moon. I didn't even realize that. And kind of a bummer. I do PC because I bought the game when it was new. I did it again. Gonna be overloaded. Oh well. We'll survive. Yeah, it has to do with the Xbox One, I think. Xbox One X? I'm not sure. One of them in particular just doesn't have enough RAM or enough memory to allow for better. Which is a shame. But what do you do? I mean, you restrict the game a little bit so those people can play it. I was not able to get a disc. I wanted a disc copy. Oh, I wish I had the box set. That's a shame. No, I did not show one. Well, actually, yeah, I might have. It's on the wiki. It talks about how much each cargo container can carry, or each thruster, how much each thruster can lift. And the cargo containers, if I come in here and I look at this, you can see right in here how much mass each cargo container has. And the wiki tells you how many newtons of thrust you have. So knowing how many newtons your thrusters have and how much your mass of your ship is, potentially is, because right now with my cargo containers full, you can see that I am 144,690 kilograms of mass. I didn't mean to hit escape again. So that's a lot of mass to lift. It's also a lot of mass to try and get moving forward again. Come on. Come on. You can do it. The little thrusters that could. Well, mostly could. Oh, gosh. I don't remember the exact formula for newtons versus lift. Originally, it was, they developed the engine for Minor Wars, and then they decided they wanted to make the engine. Minor Wars was the catalyst for SE. It is very complicated. You do need to understand it. They called it engineers, and they were not lying. You do need to do some engineering here, which I think is fine, but not everybody agrees with. I have one in computer-aided design and drafting. I have experience in engineering. I had the most helpful comment ever on one of my YouTube videos the other day. It said, "This game sucks." That was the whole comment. And I gotta say, that's the first truly negative comment I've received on YouTube, which is surprising to me because I really thought I would get a whole lot more haters because it's the internet. Coffee is important. Yeah, but being on the internet, I expected to get a whole lot more haters than I do. I'm really pleasantly surprised. I just wish people would leave a more useful comment. Because, okay, you don't like this game. What game would you suggest? And instead of just saying you don't like this game, why not say, you know, this game's better? And list a different game. Maybe I would have found a game that I liked playing. It does, and that's why they're making V-Rage 3, because they realize there's a lot of potential there, but the engine is limiting to them. There's a lot they want to add, but the engine just won't allow it. Originally, they didn't think they'd be able to add planets because of the engine limitations. And now I can't imagine this game without planets. Oh, I do enjoy it. I love this game. I just wish that the haters would, you know, say something other than "I hate this" and say, you know, "Hey, I hate this, but this game's pretty cool," and list a different game. Give me a chance. Maybe I might like that game too. I don't think it would replace SE for me, but it might be something like Empyrean, where I just go play it every now and then. Or like Minecraft, where I just go play it every now and then. I think I would enjoy Empyrean a lot more if it had more problem solving. Oh, I know there's always going to be those. But I just wish they'd give some sort of feedback on top of their negativity. They won't. They never will. Doesn't mean I can't wish they would. But, you know, like the old saying goes, want in one hand, crap in the other, see which one fills up first. Yes, I know I cleaned that one up. Perfect. All right, we're going to check the inventories inside and see where we're at. Yeah, I really just wish that Empyreon had more engineering behind it. I like the game, but it needs more options. Maybe a bit more busy work. Which I hate to say because I hate grind for the sake of grind, but sometimes that just adds something to the game. Gold is starting to run out. I'm probably not going to hit that second bar, am I? $3.89. Hmm. .075. $32K. I have not played 7 Days to Die. And not that I have anything against 7 Days to Die. It's just I just haven't spent the money on the game. It didn't seem interesting to me in the past, and got a couple of buddies who've been playing it and showing it to me, streaming it to me, and now I kind of want to buy it. It looks like it could be fun. It also looks extremely difficult, extremely frustrating, and in all the best ways, though. Silver, we're good. Ice. Let's see. Well, that's what I'm looking at. Okay. Yes, it's a fully destructible zombie killer with production and base building. It's it's not a bad looking game. Not at all. And oh shoot, there was another one that they were showing me that looks extremely difficult. It's a very unbalanced, broken survival game that is just a massive grind. And Ozzy likes to play it. And that one looks pretty cool too. But I can't remember the name of it at all. I mean, it's like make a nail, you have to go find a crap ton of iron just to make one nail. It's ridiculously grindy and difficult. All right, so get to 25%. I have to make several trips. Let's look at the ice. I am at ice inlet. Filling up with ice. Shouldn't be. I need 100,000. So I'm probably going to need 2 more trips. At least 1 more trip. That was a heck of a sneeze. Is that the way you want to wake up from your nap? You scared the cat. All cozy sleeping on you. Phone vibrated. All right. So you know what? Before I head out again, I'm just going to build up a quick little vent on the outside of the front of the cockpit. That way I can set that to depressurize and keep the cockpit warm and cozy throughout the entire trip. There we go. Now the cockpit will stay warm and fully oxygenated throughout the entire trip. I won't have to worry about it. of the sunrises in this game. All right. Welcome back, Just. All right, now I'm curious what the temperature is here. Oh, yay, it's cooler today. It's only 74 and highly humid. Oh, we're supposed to have thunderstorms starting at around 3 p.m., so in about 2.5 hours. Walked outside this morning before sunrise, and it was. All my drills have got ice in them, so I should stop here. It was sticky. Before sunrise, it was sticky. You know it's going to be a very bad, humid day. Really should mark the end of the lake. I do like to approach at the end of the lake. Well, Just, can I ask approximate geographic location? Just so I know where not to go. Because that sounds miserable. That sounds miserable on a good day. Ugh. Oh, that sounds miserable. My understanding that New Hampshire was a nice, comfy climate. You know, weather's changing everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, the weather has changed a lot. I mean, yes, that's true, but I live here in Michigan, and it it doesn't seem to get as hot as it used to when I was a kid. Um, it's weird. We have warmer winters, but we have cooler summers. On average, I'd say our temperatures are warmer than they used to, but everything seems more even. Tell you what, though, if I was going to live in a place that was going to be hot, I'd rather it be someplace hot and dry. You know, because one thing to be hot, it's another thing to be hot and also not able to breathe. My girlfriend wants to go to Florida, and I'm just like, please, God, no. No. I don't want to be swimming in the air. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking something like Arizona, hot and dry. Arizona's actually quite beautiful. Going out to lunches with the corporate bigwigs and whatnot, because you know they like to do that for the engineering department every once in a while. They'd take us to some really nice, authentic Mexican restaurants, high-end places that were expensive, and I gotta say, none of them, as good as they were, could hold a candle to the little roadside taco stand that I got the pleasure of eating at in Arizona. That little roadside stand was absolutely delicious. It was this little old Mexican woman and her husband just running the stand, and it was the best food I'd ever eaten. The best Mexican food I'd ever eaten. Absolutely delicious. All right. What is normal for New Hampshire this time of year? That's because in Florida they think it's absolutely frigid when it's 75 degrees outside. You know, I can remember summer vacation when I was a kid, going outside and hiding in the shade because the thermostat on the wall outside said it was over 100. and mom and dad wouldn't let us back in the house. So all these things about things are getting warmer, I'm not sure. That doesn't seem to be the case here in Michigan. I think on average our temperatures might be going up, but you don't see triple digits as often as you used to. Um, the average temperature, yeah, maybe it's higher, but you're not seeing the extremes as often. Seems to just be normalizing more here in Michigan, which is weird. And that's just my personal experience. I haven't looked up the numbers or anything. That's how it feels to me. Huh. Ice inlet seems to be always set to drain all. Well, yeah, down south you got to understand the down south they don't have the infrastructure to remove even a quarter of an inch of snow. Nobody there has snow tires. They've got summer tires compared to the people who live with snow regularly. So when they get just a tiny bit of snow, they don't have the infrastructure or the equipment to be able to handle it. So to them, that's catastrophic. I mean, yeah, I like to make jokes about it. You know, they get a slight dusting and their whole town shuts down, and here I am plowing my way to work in my sedan. But or like I always like the comparison. They can drive to work when there's a hurricane on the way, but see a snowflake. Oh, all right. Let's see. I need to look at the ice sorter, ice inlet. Rain all should not be on by default, off by default. Exactly. But in Florida, if they see a snowflake, they're probably wondering if the apocalypse is happening. That being said, Florida people know how to party. You cannot rob them of that. You get enough drunk people out there in Florida around a bonfire, it won't matter what the weather is. They'll just stoke more wood on the fire. As long as the beer is flowing, they're having a great time. Obviously, I'm talking about the people who live there and have grown up there, not the people who retired there. People who retired there, I assume they don't go to as many bonfire parties to get drunk. Not all, obviously. I'm sure there are still old people who go out and go to a nice bonfire. In fact, that's what my mother did for 4th of July. She had a couple of my aunts go over there, and they had a bonfire. Girls' night, bonfire night. Knowing my mother though, it was probably a bonfire Bible study. Oh, I see nothing wrong with this. I mean, but then again, I live in Michigan. When I was growing up, I went camping in the middle of February, and one of the activities was the first night we were there, we would build our igloo. Um, I can't fault anybody for going out and braving extreme weather. Not unless I want to be a hypocrite. I will say though, igloos are awesome. If you build an igloo right, and take safety in mind when you do it, if you build an igloo right, it can be 15 degrees, negative 15 degrees, and you're sleeping in a shelter that is 60. Igloos are beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Um, New Hampshire has its pros and cons too. I still prefer Michigan. I don't have earthquakes. Tornadoes are rare, extremely rare. But I can walk outside and know that it's exceedingly rare that I'm going to see anything out there that is poisonous or venomous enough to kill me. Igloos are awesome. Um, if you go and you decide to try it out, be very careful. It looks like I'm actually at the bottom of the hole now. Time to start a new hole. Igloos are awesome, but if you decide you're going to sleep in an igloo, or even just build one to try it, do your research. Yeah, I like cold too because I'd rather put another layer on than run out of layers to take off. Uh, no, I ran out of ice, the bottom of the ice lake. You can dig all the way to the center of the earth. I wouldn't recommend it because the center of the earth is hollow and gravity gets extremely wonky, so it's really hard to control your a friend of mine found that out in creative mode. Did it again. Ooh, I really over this time. Oh, ouch. That hurt before you clarified. You like a good dad joke, though. I love the way it makes my children cringe. I just don't even know how to respond to that, Just. Howdy, Elo. What did I say about ores in a grid? Oh, the ore patterns, yes. Yeah, I could prove that to you right now. We're over a deposit. And that is my vertical miner. Actually, I can't prove it to you without coming to a stop first, which isn't going to happen very easily. Well, I mean, I could make it stop very quickly, but I don't think I want to stop it that way. Why am I sinking? Yeah, the ore is created by an ore map. And you should be able to Google Base Engineers ore map. And it will give you a bunch of pictures. They'll just look like a white picture with black and gray dots on it. No, Elo. It is not a world I just started. I am taking it slow in this world. Yes. Yes, you should just. Um, Give me a moment here and I will try to show it to you. Ores are basically they're spawned in clusters, and those clusters actually make up the grid shape. I mean, I could speed through. I could have been in space already. With a moon base or an asteroid base, but that would not really work for making the guide series I've been making. I was about to enjoy kissing the ice. Wow. But I made it. I survived. Little overly full. And hello, if you're still watching, because you may have dipped when I said it wasn't a new... Okay. Completely vanilla Space Engineer's Guide. I explain everything I'm doing, how I'm doing it, why I'm doing it, and how all the blocks work that I'm using in each particular build. This right here is just a coffee stream. It's chill, relax. I need to go do mining. I need to do housework around the base. And so I'll do a coffee stream that is just vanilla. And one of the builds was this miner. Well, I cannot take credit for the technique. I am not as energetic and I don't really think of myself as entertaining as this other person, but the idea for this particular type of series actually comes from a YouTube creator called Waddles. Waddles is a Minecraft YouTuber, and he does a guide series, a Minecraft guide series, and that's where I got it from. He actually gave me the that is what I used for inspiration for this. Thought it was a good idea to just do a complete guide series where I'm actually explaining while playing. So yeah, hello, this ship was an episode. Because I like my lake. I'm one of those players that actually likes to... I'm one of those players who actually likes to enjoy the environment around me. So I'm not mining on my lake. At the start of the stream, I was actually parked in the rover over there watching the sun rise over the mountain. Because I just like the view in the game. All right. Okay. 293. Here's... Looks like I'm... What system are you playing on? If you're on computer, it's just the mouse wheel. If you're on Xbox or PlayStation, I assume they're going to have different commands. So, can anybody answer Ello? If Ello's using Xbox or PlayStation, I don't know the answer. Okay, cool. Yeah, so like this here, I can scroll through the different groups. And if you don't know it, you can just hit Control 1, which is this toolbar here. Control 2 is a different toolbar. Control 3, Control 4, all the way up to 9. Which allows you to have all your building blocks that you really need on your bar at all times. So you don't have to keep going back and forth to the G menu. Silver's full. Let's see, what's gold looking like? Do I have any gold? No, I am out of gold ore. So I do need to go mine some more gold. Yeah, but if you're interested in the series I'm making, Elo, it's purely vanilla, and I'm not including any DLC. Except for this, apparently I messed up, and this is a carbon fiber texture. I'll have to change that, because I do believe the carbon fiber texture is a DLC texture. Yes, carbon fiber is a DLC texture. So I'll have to change that texture. Change the texture of that right now. That works. Now I just need to change the color of this guy back to blue. Let's go with the darker blue. There we go. Yes, I'm trying to keep from using any DLC items in this playthrough. If you happen to see a DLC item that I missed, I picked him up at the trading station over there. That way. The Space Pirate trading station. They were selling the plushie. I don't remember. Do I have the spider? No. I've not gotten the spider yet. But I did pick up the little Space Engineer plushie, and I thought that was kind of cool. I don't think they're DLC. I'm almost certain they're not DLC. Yeah. They do. Once you're friendly with them, you can actually go trade with them. Oh, that's cool. I've never found one in the drop pod before. I have found them at trading stations and as loot drops for some as loot drops sometimes when killing spiders and wolves. And I actually need to go AFK for just a moment. Coffee tax. I'll be right back.
And since I'm paying the coffee, since I had to get up to pay the coffee tax, it's time to refill the coffee cup. Hence the name Coffee Stream. Not that it makes any difference whether it's a coffee stream or not, I will keep my coffee cup full at all times. Because to not do that should be a crime against humanity. And yes, there is a spider plushie. I wish they had a wolf plushie and a cyberhound plushie. And if you're new to SE, the wolves used to be cyberhounds. And Jason, coffee is not like air. Don't try to breathe it. It hurts. Sadly, I am speaking from experience there, and I'm letting my dog out. Oh, go out the door. You were begging to go outside. Go. Well, hello there, Bella. Yeah? You gonna try and get along with the other cats today? He's a Chiweenie. Yeah, my dog is a Chiweenie. Um, I actually didn't want a Chiweenie when I got him, but my now ex-wife really wanted a Chiweenie, had to have him. So I went and I spent good hard-earned money on a designer breed dog that I quickly fell in love with, and I'm glad I have. Even though there were times when the only thing that saved his life was the fact that he was cute. But he's a good old boy. He's laying in the bed next to my chair when I'm doing my streams usually. And if he's not in the bed next to my chair, then he's in the living room sitting on my daughter's lap. Started out he was my dog, and then he was supposed to be my ex-wife's. Then he became mine. And now he's my daughter's dog. He's inseparable from her. If he can get to her, he's with her. Oh, it's a shame, Just. Yes, he prefers my daughter over me. The Humane Society is for humane creatures. And I think most of us can agree that our exes are not humane creatures. Shoot, I think even my ex-wife would agree that her ex is not a humane creature. But oh man. Yeah, my dog prefers my daughter. Um, because she takes them for walks. Kill wolves. Kill wolves and the space pirates will like you. I will have to read that when I get inside because I was responding when the chat app read it to me and I couldn't understand it. Which I am going back inside, and we'll see if the dog is done overheating in the sun. I doubt it. Yes. I am not sure what the rest... I get the rolls on floor, laughing out loud. HMGA TPFLSH. What does that all stand for? Okay. That's a mouthful. No, you were fed breakfast. Don't lie to me. I fed you. That is a lot. Okay. Okay. Yes, commit genocide on the wolves and you'll see as you kill wolves your reputation with the space spiders goes down, and your space pirates faction will go up. So I am now friendly with the space pirates, which I will declare war with them eventually, but for now it's just a slow playthrough. I don't know if you can, honestly. It would be beautiful if you could get good with the spiders and wolves because they're annoying. I would gladly be at war with the space pirates to be on good terms with the spiders and wolves. But it's not so bad. Let's see, GPS. I'm going to turn off the ice, turn off the silver, turn off that one. I need gold. She's a keeper. I am the server owner on a server, and yes, you can turn on and off the wolves. The wolves, if you... Here, I'll exit out and I'll show you where that's at. I'll log back into it in a minute. If you go into load game, you can go into the settings on that game. It takes a minute because I have a lot of saves. I need to get rid of a bunch of them because you're going to see saves for episode 10, 9. They can. But yeah, you go into settings, you go into advanced settings, and when you scroll down to these checkboxes down here, you'll see enable spiders. enable wolves and enable drones. What are you cats getting into? Seriously. Oh, you tore a bag down. And you guys can't decide whether you want to get along right now or not? Who's starting the fight this time? Yeah. Yes, you can. You can shut off progression. If you go through the settings here, you can shut off auto healing. You can disable or enable spectator camera. I always enable spectator camera, and that's because sometimes I need to go into spectator camera for shooting the videos. Show player names. The drones are Space Pirate. Um, you mean up here? Environment hostility at safe? That just controls how many meteors you're going to get, if you'll get a meteor shower or not. If you set it to normal, then you'll get a few meteors that strike down every once in a while. Black Star, that's 100% true. I thought the same thing and found out differently. But what I have found is you actually need to go into a survival world and turn on creative tools. Because if you're in a creative world, you always have enough power or hydrogen for your thrust. No, in-game scripts is for the programmable block. So if I turn off in-game scripts, I can't use programmable blocks at all. And I do believe that I can't remember if PlayStation allows in-game scripts or not. I'm 90% certain that Xbox does not allow in-game scripts. I do have in-game scripts turned on in this playthrough, but I'm not using any scripting. I may, in an episode, show a simple script just to show that how to use the block, but I will not implement any scripts because I want these tutorials to be useful to Xbox and PlayStation players as well, and also useful to people playing on public servers that don't allow scripts. I don't think I have any programmable blocks built. Let's build one real quick. 7. And make it small grid. Make that display for me. Okay. I'll just build it right here. Yes, definitely a good idea. So this is the small grid programmable block. And this right here, this edit button, is not available if you're on a game without scripts enabled. It brings you into an actual scripting code editor. It's a very rudimentary code editor, but it allows you to actually create a script and have a program that does things with your base, that interacts with your base. So if we come in here and we can browse the scripts that I've subscribed to on the workshop, as well as the ones that I may have saved locally. And there's an airlock control script, a few of those. Yes, jukeboxes are a thing in Space Engineers. They are DLC. So, yeah, one of the things I do like to use right here is this automatic LCDs too. This one is absolutely beautiful, and it allows you to set up an LCD panel that will show you the amount of each resource you have. It will actually control your production and everything else for you. It's beautiful for that. And then there is Izzy's inventory, which is a really nice one. Yeah, Izzy's cargo bars is really nice. It just adds cargo container bars, information about a dock ship, but the inventory management here, that will actually control production as well. And I think this one controls production. I could be wrong. Yeah, so let's just pull in the oh, this one is a really nice one. The inventory viewer script. That's beautiful. I absolutely love that one. Let's see. Let's grab something rather simple. Yes. Let's see. Let's go with the automatic airlock script, because it's a fairly simple script, not too complicated. Far more than I would program myself manually, because I like scripting, but I don't like it enough to do it in Space Engineers. So you would come in here and you would edit things to say what you want them to say, and you would hit check code, look for errors, see this says it compiled the code successfully, and now that will run. You might have to worry about not having a life, but you will still be having fun. So yeah, I'm trying to avoid the programmable blocks because not everybody can use them. Even if PlayStation does have the ability to do it, a lot of servers will shut off programmable blocks anyways because it's just a lot of load on the server. Which is a shame, because it's actually a pretty interesting aspect of the game. Adds a lot of functionality to the game. And I should empty my inventory back into the cargo container here. Well, I didn't even show you some of the really cool scripts. If you look up the automatic LCDs V2, that's a pretty complex script. Part of the challenge is that you're limited in the number of characters that can be in your script, which makes it actually difficult to do anything really complicated. Oh, let me look. I don't remember my last hours count. I have 5,600 hours. It's C#. The programmable block is a modified C#. Well, to be fair, Elo, the way I play, I usually wind up overloading on resources. So I probably have 30 hours in this game that is just me walking away, leaving the game running while it processed through ores. Because once you load the thing up with ores, you have to wait for them to process. Oh, let's see. I still need to grab some gold. Yeah, I got gold marked. And also in the early days of the game, if you were running a server, it actually counted you as playing the game. So having your server running would add to your Space Engineer's playtime. Well, if you were running the server locally, it would do that. If you were running it on a computer that you'd never logged into before, it didn't use your Steam account and log it in right away, so it was truly anonymous. So yeah, I can remember the server running was adding to my hours. Oh shit. Well, I guess we're doing some repair work. Don't do what I just did. Shit happens. I'll just get a projector on here and have it project the ship, and then build it all up. Oh yes, Notepad++ is crucial for any sort of actual scripting. Yes, Jade. When? When I end the stream, we can go. No, I don't. Doesn't mean I have plans for when my chill, relax stream will end.
Inventory full.
Yeah, it's alright. Just means I need to build stuff up. It's not the first time I broke something, won't be the last. It's honestly part of the fun of the game. Mistakes happen. Yes, I can. Let's see, we'll grab the projector, throw it right there. Let's go throw all the stuff we have in here. Okay. Now we're gonna projector this up. And this is not going to stay. Well, Actually, it might. I might just leave it there. In fact, let's go ahead and change the color. Okay. Well, this ain't gonna work. I may have to go and break up a fight between cats. Blueprints. Load my Steam library. Come on. Or not. Reload. Okay. Alright, keep projection. Alright, now we're going to add it. Okay, toggle block on off. Increase. Decrease. Increase. Decrease. Right, that's vertical, vertical, yeah. Increase. Decrease. Alright, 9. On off. Pitch. Yaw. Roll. Alright, now I could either disconnect this or I can cheat it and use my spectator camera. Because I can't really see where it's at and what it's doing. Alright, is the thrusters are still on? No, they're not. Okay, now I can zoom in. Quit moving. No, I don't want it connected. Okay, that's the correct pitch. There we go. That's what we want. Go to 8. There we go. That's what I need to build. Now I can connect it all back up. And I can start building. Ooh, that hurt. Yeah, it's easier just to disconnect it and go from there. Okay, we'll start with this one. Start with what's buildable. Come on, you used to be able to, Okay. Let's grab some interior plates and steel plates. Enjoy your dinner. Enjoy your dinner, Ella. See, now I actually don't mind Clang so much, because I usually just make Clang my slave. It's fun that way. Oh no, no, no. That's not allowed. You don't steal the coffee. You know what? Before I do any more of this... Okay, all of them are started. I need to make sure those thrusters are off, otherwise I will entice Clang. Alright, all those thrusters are off. Good. Why am I not... Alright. Let's find all the things that are not built. Make sure they're added to the build planner. This works for me. That looks to be mostly set up. Am I missing anything? No, I think that's everything. All the projected blocks are built now. Good. Alright, everything is set up properly now, so I guess we're good to go. Can't believe I did that. Well, No, sadly, I can believe that I did that. You know, that's actually a good idea. But you can see if you actually look at the projector, it does say complete. I wonder. I have event controllers built. Does it look at the projector? No. The projector does not have something you can look at. Alright, I have to go break up a cat fight. I'll be right back. Alright. Cat fight is dispersed. For now. My dog decided he was going to help me break up the fight, which doesn't really help. You stop it. Be nice. I swear. I love my cats. I really do. Alright, you asked about jukeboxes earlier. The jukebox is underneath the speaker box, and it is a DLC block. You do need to buy the DLC for the jukebox. And I can't remember which one it is. I do believe it's part of the decorative. Yeah, decorative blocks 2 has the jukebox in it. So I can't remember if that's a DLC you have to buy or not, but I do know it's part of one of the DLCs. They did offer one of the DLCs for free, and I don't know which one it was. Possibly. Well, some of the blocks were introduced as part of a DLC, and then due to community demand, were made available to everybody. Because the blocks, there was no way to carry that functionality out into a standard block. That may be something that they did with the jukebox, but I don't know. Yes, that's right. Most wanted. Thank you. But there were parts of the Frostbite and the parts of the, oh, I forget which one it was. It might have been the Warfare or the Warfare 2. Parts of both of those were made public after, because the community didn't like some of those blocks being behind a paywall. Keen has been very good about trying to make sure that none of the functional blocks are behind a paywall, so it's not pay to win. But every now and then they make a slight mistake with that. And the community does let them know that it's an unfair advantage because of a block or two. And they're pretty responsive about it. They don't want their game to be pay to win. They want the DLCs to be treated like the hats in Team Fortress 2. Purely cosmetic. Actually, I think some of the hats in TF2 actually now have functions, don't they? Well, their intention from the beginning was that nothing would be behind a paywall that gave an unfair advantage. There are a couple of blocks that do give advantage. Like the bed. The bed is basically a cryopod. It's kind of required if you're getting on a server that you have a bed. Because the bed does not require you to find silver. The cryopod requires you find silver. So you can't log off of a server without first building a cryopod or a bed. Unless, if you do, your character will die and you'll lose whatever's in your character's inventory. A bed is just a quicker route to being able to log off of a server. And yeah, it's another one is actually the small grid large battery. The standard small grid large battery is not airtight at all. If you're like me and you like to build a small grid ship with an interior, yeah, if you want to build a small grid ship with an interior, the small grid large DLC block will give you airtightness, whereas the small grid large standard battery will not. Yeah, I mean, the jukebox, you can't do a jukebox unless you have the DLC. But realistically speaking, Keen has been very good about making sure that nothing really is different. You can play with or without DLCs just as effectively. Granted, it would be nicer for the interior of my base if I could have plopped down couches and chairs rather than building a small grid sofa. I've bought every single DLC not because I want the DLC blocks or need the DLC blocks. Some of them I like to have, but I've bought them all because I want to support continued development on the game. I love this game. I love that Keen is working on it, actively improving it and continuing it. And I will throw money at them as much as I can to keep them going on it. Because the money people spend on the DLCs and more recently the Xbox and PlayStation releases have allowed them to continue the development on their next game engine, which is focused on being able to make Space Engineers awesome. V-Rage 3 looks amazing. Well, I don't know. Some of those small grid doors, very nice. I really like those. But to be fair, they haven't added a DLC that added functionality that a mod didn't add previously. The 1x1 merge block, the 1x1 connector, those were brought into the game because there were mods for that. The full block air vent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the water effects and crashes. Those look really cool. But yeah, most of the DLC blocks that have been added were added by mods first. And they said, okay, these are really popular mods, we're going to add them. The latest DLC, which I shouldn't say the latest DLC. The latest update is what added the AI blocks, and they added all of those basically just so they could have the PlayStation and Xbox people have some rudimentary programming. You couldn't do anything without a programmable block before. You had no if-then. The event controller gives you an if-then. It gives you a block that can do an if-then. So now you can do multi-block programming with it. At least rudimentary forms of it. It at least gives you like the functionality of redstone within the game, which is beautiful because it's something that you can use everywhere on all the platforms, and it fills that gap. I don't see a need for the programmable block anymore as far as need. It is beautiful. I love it. It still does things that you can't do with the event controllers and the AI blocks, but it's not absolutely required anymore, which is great. And you don't need a programmable block to man your drones anymore, because your drones now have a block where you can tell it, okay, I want you to be offensive, or I want you to be a patrol drone, or what have you. So you don't need a programmable block to program its behavior. You just tell it what you want it to do by dropping the correct block in there and giving it basic GPS coordinates relative to a beacon. So yeah, it was that last update was mostly about just making sure that Xbox and PlayStation players had the functionality available to them that PC players have, at least in the base game. And I absolutely love that they did that, because I really felt bad for the console players not being able to do things like make a basic drone or set up inventory management, and you can do that now. Well, to be fair, inventory management could be done the entire time. In my Season 2 playthrough, I have an entire factory that manages its own inventory with no programmable blocks. It was before the AI blocks were available, and it just managed it by using the sorter blocks and timer blocks for logistics reasons. And it kept everything built for me. Yeah, and the wolves are nice. They add a little bit of needed ambiance.
Yeah, the AI drones, the space pirate drones, are far more challenging now. Oh, jeez, cats! Fight, fight, fight. Death. She can't. He can't hear that she's hissing at him. Stop it. Yeah, my deaf cat is going and trying to play nice with the cat that wants nothing to do with him. All right. What are my batteries at? I'm gonna go buy a spray bottle, I swear to God. Just for you. Okay, my batteries are close enough to full. Go get some gold. Preferably without crashing into stuff this time. PlayStation will remain in beta, I'm sure, for a little while because they did release it. They did just release it, and I assume they're going to leave it in beta until they get enough feedback to know that everything is actually working as intended. So, give them feedback. Let them know what's broken, what's working, and once they deem they've got enough of it issues fixed and cleaned up, I'm sure they'll take it out of beta. Oh my gosh, cats. Be right back. Cats are fun. I love my kitty cats. However, sometimes they're dense. Eh. Yeah, I spoil mine too. And normally it's fine, but right now, neither of those two deserves treats. He wants the other cat wants to come down and spend time around the other cats, even though she knows that one of them's going to want to play. I haven't really seen what the bugs are in PlayStation, to be honest. Can you give an example of what the ridiculous bugs are in PlayStation? Not trying to be snarky, I'm honestly curious. Welcome back, Elo. I was asking what kind of bugs are happening on the PlayStation side. I haven't really seen what all the bugs are on PlayStation. I know there's a lot of missing features due to memory constraints and console limitations. But I don't know what the actual bugs are. Well, I just mean like the Xbox has memory limitations. And I assume the PlayStation has the memory limitations as well. I'm not sure to what degree, but I'm sure that it has it. That's a strange bug. I honestly don't remember how many PCU the Xbox gets. I thought about buying the Xbox version just because I can run Xbox games on my PC thanks to Microsoft. And just trying to familiarize myself with it. But I have not done on that yet because I don't have an income. Oh wow, that's a huge bug. What game are you playing, Ella? I like Xboxes, to be honest. Alright, dump the stone. Let's see how much space I have once the stone is gone. Because I do have quite a bit of stone. Usually when you're baking pork chops, you should kill the pig first. Um, why is that one not connected? Okay, those are connected. One back here not connected? No, those are all connected. Okay, so... Oh, lock is... No? So which one? Drill 6. One is drill 6. Oh, I have an atmospheric thruster I haven't completed yet. Oops. Not a large Atmos, so doesn't matter. It was from the projection. The grouping's all fine. What I'm actually assuming is that one of these blocks is also broken. Right there. That is busted. It doesn't look busted, but it's busted. And I don't have the components to fix that. Well, I do, but we lose a small conveyor pipe. Now it will work. Which thruster is incomplete, though? Probably one of these side ones here. Nope, those are both correct. Finished. Ah, this one got broken a bit. Alright. So I missed some repairs. Guess we're going back to the base. Let's clean up that little bit there first. That, are you, okay, are you playing with mods, for one? Bob is a mod that most people... you can't use Bob on the consoles. Sadly. I wish you could. That was another thing I noticed when I was going through trying to figure out how to set up a server that could be cross-compatible. Was a lot of the mods that I would want to use, even though they seem like they should just be server-side scripts and therefore usable, won't work. Yeah, that, speaking of which, the, building from a projection, repairing from a projection, specifically. Your projections keep your grouping. So, if you need to do repairs on a ship, or you think your ship might need to be repaired on occasion, it is best to use a projection of the ship in its ideal state, because all your groups and all your settings from when you took the projection will carry through. Which is why I can turn off all of these sorters, even though that sorter was rebuilt. I can turn that on and off. So repairing from a projection is the best way to repair. I'm just glad it's only one of the directional thrusts that's broken, because it could have been far worse. I honestly am surprised I didn't see the smoke coming off of it. I did. We have our Sunday stream. And unfortunately, my friends are not as into Space Engineers as I am. And it's a shame. But the Sunday stream is heavily modded. It is industrial overhaul and more. All right. Now, that'll suck all the gold out, no problem. Let's just do repairs. Going to go through and we're going to check all of these conveyors here. There are more conveyors that are broken. Or close to broken. No. No. So we just need one conveyor we ripped out. And this. Yes, Jason. I realize that you guys are as into Space Engineers as I am. When I said my friends, I meant the friends that I started the server with. There we go. Now we're all repaired up, I think. Yeah, everything looks fine now. Alright, let's go check the gold, refill my hydrogen bottle. Yep, it was supposed to be a lot of fun, but things just didn't work out the way that we would have liked. I believe this one's supposed to be pulling scrap, right? It is not. Yeah, the stone was supposed to be pulling scrap as well. Add scrap metal to it. Now it will pull scrap metal in, and the scrap metal will get processed. Not sure why this ice isn't being pulled through. Let's see. Roll up to sorter ingot in. Yes. When I'm playing on the Sunday stream, I stream basically all day Sunday. And sorter ingot inlet should be part of ice inlet. Not really. You'd be surprised how much busy work happens. Because Space Engineers can be a huge time sink. Just absolutely huge. Okay, so the ice inlet is set here, and that should be set to drain all whenever these are set to drain all. Why is that not... What? Drain all off. Ice inlet should be set to drain all when the rest of the inlets are set to drain all. Like right now. Okay. I missed it. Acting funny. Don't like it when it acts funny. Okay, drain all is off. We're going to sit here for a minute and we're going to wait for that conveyor sorter on the right, the outlet right here, to turn red. And see if this turns to drain all. And I do believe it is just 1 minute. Oh. I looked away from the screen. There we go. Good. Okay, drain all's on. And drain all's off. Perfect. That means it should, over time, empty the ice out of this container. Okay. Now 468. Check that as soon as I get back from my paying the coffee tax. 1 second. Yeah, Jason, I realize that I can move it manually, but the point in making things automated is so I don't have to move it manually. Like, case in point, I don't have to move it manually anymore, which is what I want. I don't want to have to worry about things going where they're supposed to go, because I kept running into issues where, and I still run into them from time to time, where the production blocks actually won't function because the refineries were throwing into the assembler. They were shoving all of the cobalt into the assembler, so the assembler actually couldn't pick up any iron. That's a problem, because now the assemblers only take a little bit of what they need, and they keep themselves basically empty. I do need to build a sorting system onto this cargo container, so all components will be pulled into it. I have not done that yet, though. That would make my life a lot easier. Let's see. Gold. How much gold do we have? 32.4K. Pull the stuff out of the cockpit. 4.42K. How much silver do we have? It's still processing silver. Gold is going to take a while. Got all the silver I need, that's for sure. But the gold is much slower. What do you mean by priority settings? Probably check the small turrets. Could have done this from other inventory and just checked it, but won't hurt to climb up here. At least I hope it doesn't hurt. 77. $84. We're good. Those will last a while. Probably shut this too, because if the wolves get past the turrets, the wolves will try to eat me, and then the turrets will shoot me while they're trying to shoot wolves. So, yeah, Jason, can you explain what you meant by priority settings? Because I don't know how to answer your question. And I'm honestly afraid to take off because I might have to show you something to explain the answer. Well, it does look like we're getting close to having a nice sunset, a nice sunrise. Oh. There is no priority settings. For the flows of ore and ice, all of the ingots and the ice are pulled at exactly the same time. The ores are pulled first, and all the ores are pulled at the same time as every other ore. So, all the ores get stored in these two containers. No, the reason it wasn't moving was because this was set to drain all the time. Yeah, this one here being set to drain all while this is open means that this was trying to drain the ice from the nearest cargo container in the line of conveyors. So it's first trying to drain ice from here. And it's also putting the ice in here. So it was just looping back and forth, which means it was, while the drain all was active, it wasn't touching that cargo container up front. Because the way these work is you say drain all, it goes and it finds the nearest cargo container in the line that contains ice. And this one only being what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 blocks away means it was the nearest container with ice at all times. So that's why you have to have it turn off the outlet for a container when it's draining. And the reason why these are set to be ores first, then ingots, is because I need these outlets to be on for it to drain the iron ingots out of the iron line. If these were off, then the refinery would never get emptied into those cargo containers. So this timer block, when it triggers, after it's gone through its cycle, will flip-flop these and make it drain all ores while stopping the outlet for the ores. I'm playing on PC, but I'm playing completely vanilla with no DLC, so everything I do should carry over between console and PC with no issue. Except my world does have all of the solar system, which is something you guys can't do. And I just found that out. But that doesn't matter because I'm sticking to the Earth and Moon right now. So, no problem, RC guy. So yeah, this the order of operations is set up by the timer blocks, and the event controller actually doesn't need to be used. The timer blocks work just fine because this timer block starts this timer block, which starts this timer block, which starts this timer block. And to do more than one action with an event controller, you need to have the event controller trigger a timer block. Event controllers, if I run in here, I have a bunch of event controllers set up. So I can just go in and look at it. Oh wait, no, they don't have an interactive face on them. Okay. Run back out. I will go right here. Event controller. The event controllers can only do, if true, it does action 1. If false, it does action 2. So, and that's it. That's all of the controls you have. I don't know if you have 9 controls you can do with the event controller because it has the 9 toolbars. But I do know that you can only do a true or false. And I have not tried using all 9 action bars. And honestly, I don't know if the console versions have 9 action bars for the event controllers and the timer blocks. And I'm trying to make sure that this stays console friendly. So the timer blocks, on the other hand, I can set up a time. It triggers every 1 minute and 4 seconds because I just slid it to about 1 minute. And I know that the timer block will trigger all 9 of these actions here when the timer goes off. So when this timer hits 0, it will turn off the sorter inlet. It will toggle the drain all function of the... turn off the ingot outlet. It will toggle the drain all function of the ingot inlet, and it will start the timer block 2, ingot 2. And if I were to actually fill up all these bars, when it goes through and does these actions, it actually goes through, and each game tick, it will do 1, next tick 2, next tick 3, next tick 4, next tick 5, next tick 6. So this is actually in order that it will perform the operations in the timer block. And then timer block, it will do toolbar 2 after it's finished with toolbar 1. Same with 3 after 2 and 4 after 3. Going along the bar, just one button per game tick. So, and I know that may be over explaining that, but I know that I can put a ton of actions in here and time it all up. So this just works out better for something like this than if I was using an event controller. Nice sunrise coming in. Oh, and I need to check. Gold. Oh, we need more gold. Alright. But sadly, my daughter needs me to play Taxi. Oh, wait. I can't. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. I need to go play Taxi for my daughter using her friend's car because my son has my car because his car is busted. So, yay. And I'm happy to give the info, Jason. I'm glad it helps both of you. It works better using the timer blocks for me. Anyhow, I do need to call this because my daughter needs me to play chauffeur, and I don't even get to charge her an Uber fee. What a bummer. So, I'm going to sit here, watch some propaganda television while the gold processes. Thank you all for joining me. I enjoyed the stream. And I always enjoy these chill, relaxing streams and the conversation that comes with them. But I gotta go. You all have a great rest of your day. See you later.